Good afternoon and welcome back. So, let's jump right back into this. Last time I did a few things. I just have a look. We still have a few issues that we need to tackle at some point, but let's see. Let's maximize this. This over here. There, then tool check. Assign a builder. Send some carriers. Okay, so we have one issue here again. We don't have enough wood to do anything because for some reason it didn't spawn in correctly. So you can stop this because it doesn't work like that. We need to have a few wood resources. Yeah, now we have 8. I need to look into this first. So let's do that. Why is that happening? So let's select the controller here. And then let's have a look. Get item from pool. I don't think that's the issue here. Let's see, spawn resources. I think the issue is in here. Thing is that we are doing delayed for each loops, or delayed loops in here, which also is not the best way to do in blueprints. This should be moved over to C++. So at some point I need to change this. And what are we doing here? So we are going through the first array here, which is an array of S resource data, structure resource data, and then we are checking, hey, is the amount, or we are taking the amount here, going through the subtracting 1 and setting this as our last index, and then go through this here. So the inner loop. And for that, I think I want to change the delay here. And let's also change this delay a bit. So let's say, okay, 1.5 between each of the resources to spawn. So let's see if that changes anything. Because what we want to do is on the resource component here, we have 10 pieces of wood. And I want to spawn those in so that they are there correctly. One thing that I'm not... wait, let's change something here. Because what we are doing here is we are taking the we are getting the world location from our resource target references for each of these points, basically. So this is just placing them in the world. So if we look at this, this is where these icons are. Oh, that's the wrong project. I need to update that. That's my previous project. It's not the one that I'm working on at the moment. At the moment, I'm working on a settlers-like strategy game with goblins. I definitely need to update that. Let's make a note of that I update that text. Okay. Yes, I'm a solo dev, and this is also just a hobby for me. It's not to earn money or something like that. It's just because I want to create games on my own and play them as well. So that's why I'm doing this. So yeah, we have these points here where we are spawning them. So one thing that I'm doing at the moment is on the Z coordinate of that point, we have a random amount here that we are moving them. So let's not do that. Let's remove that pin there and see if this is better. Yeah, the problem is, not the problem is, the thing is that I'm not doing this full time, so I'm just working on a project 1 day per week, something like that. Maybe a bit during the week, but mostly it's just Saturday is game dev day, and I'm doing other stuff during the week, working and stuff like that. And that's not something that I can really say, okay, the game is done in that amount of time, because it could be that on 1 day and I'm working on it, I'm completely destroying the game and I need to completely redo a few things. I mean, it isn't version control, so I can roll back, so that's not an issue. But it could be that 1 day is completely wasted. So I'm not really doing predictions when it will be done and if it's published like that. This project here is something that is available on itch.io, and it is so that you can donate if you want to. You can download it for free, but you can also set a price to it if you want to. Yeah, like I said, you can have a look at this at itch.io. So let me check something real quick. No, I don't want to do a phone call right now. Let me move this over. Just to get this link here. That's the version that you can download at the moment, and I worked on a few things that are different from that version. UI changed slightly, but I see that, and I also broke a few things. That's why I didn't have a new version up by now. So I need to fix those things first. But we have the same issue again. We only have 6 pieces of wood here. It's strangely the first only the first one here. So what I might need to do is move that around, or yeah, play around with this a bit so that it's not giving me anything. So it's spawning them properly. Okay, let's go here. Sorry about that. Some people are idiots and throwing bots at streamers. I don't need them. The problem is I want to spawn 10 pieces of wood, and it's only spawning 6 of them for some reason. So I need to check that. Another thing that I can check is, wait, let's see. When are we calling this? So this is our begin play thing here. So we are spawning, we are doing the reference casts, we are loading a data table, we are doing the UI. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. My mother has some issues um with her computer, and she needed help right now, but I said I can help her later. So, let's see. Sorry about that. Okay, the issue is that it's not spawning them because I think they might not be there yet at that moment. So we might need to add a delay in here somewhere for everything is spawned properly. And hello, Warefest. How are you? So, where am I spawning them? So this is our ghost building. This is our construction manager. Then in here, I'm fine as well. So, okay, so here we are spawning in our resources that we will use later. And we have a pool of them, so I need to add a delay before this is happening. Let's wait a second before we are doing that, so that we do have enough resources that we can spawn there. Even though this should already spawn everything, and then once this is done, we should go in here. But let's add a delay in there just to make sure that that's not the issue. So let's see. Okay, now we have 8 pieces of wood. So it's still not spawning all of them properly. Let's see if we do this again. It's always just spawning 8. Let's do 2-second delay here. Okay, it stops at 8. It's spawning them nicely, but it just stops at 8. Why? So if we go in here, let's do, I don't know, 20. Let's do 2-second delay here. Okay, now we have 10 of them. Okay, then the delay there was the issue. Okay, let's double check. That's happening all the time. Yeah, okay. That fixed it. The problem is that it's a bit strange because as far as I understood, the thing here is that it's waiting for this to be done, which is apparently not really the case. Let's see. Oh wait, no. Okay, the delay that I put in here, I put in the case that, so we go into the sequence, we are going through that, and then we go here, we assign that, go back in. No, it is in the right spot. We do want this happening here because we do want the outputs here, not to have the delay here. We want the delay after we increment the counter. That's where we want our delay to be. So that is correct here. I don't want the delay inside of the body, so it should be after we process the body. But the thing is that we are not... I'm not 100% sure how the sequence is waiting for this to be completely done. So that might be the issue there, that we need a bit more time inside so that the outside can wait for it, basically. So if you have a delay on both, then here we have the other delay, and it's also in the same spot, basically. Yeah, that should be okay, I think. Let's save this, check it out. Jump in here, and with these it should also work. So that we get our full 10 pieces of wood here. Okay, good. At the same time we are spawning the goblins, so we have a delay at the start anyway, where we need to wait for all of the goblins to spawn properly. So it doesn't matter that much. And it's not a fast-paced game, so it doesn't matter if we have a bit of a delay at the beginning here, so that should be fine. So we assign a builder, we assign some carriers. Tree chopper camp here. Rock breaker camp. And our tool shack. I have our building queue here. We have our employment info. We see, okay, we have 4 unemployed. We have 1 builder, 5 carriers. And the carriers are moving the resources over here to the first building site. First in the queue here. And this is done. You can assign some workers to that. Speed up the time a bit. Okay, so that works. Good. You could also have some kind of loading screen at the beginning to skip that spawning enough resources and stuff like that, so that would help as well. So now we ran out of slackers, so we need to build hut here. But we do have our toolmaker here assigned. We just need more goblins to work for us. So next thing that I need to check is if the carriers for the buildings work. Last time they had some issues, so let's see. Okay, now they are slowly spawning out of this building here. So we have a few more workers that we can use. Let's assign a carrier here and see what they are doing. They are just standing around. So they don't, their orders are kind of screwed up. Another thing is that if I build another production building, then it would count them here as well. So I need to either split those up or need to figure out something else for them. Last stream someone talked about a task list. So they have each goblin gets specific tasks that they have in a list and just work through those. That's something I don't have in here yet at all, so I would need to create that from the ground up and probably change a lot of things to implement that. But it would be something that we can look into. And maybe that fixes these issues here. I'm not 100% sure yet. So let's see. Where would that be? We would first need to figure out what is a task. And then I think I would create a component on the character here that has all the tasks saved in a list, and then they work through them, and every task that is done will be removed from the list or from the array, and we can move to the next task, basically. So let's see, we would need to let's do this in here. Go component here. Wait, do we have the other component in here? No. Yeah, here we have the issue that we have a lot of behavior tree tasks and decorators in here already, all the behavior trees, so it's a bit hard to take them apart. So let's put this in here. We need blueprint structure. This is our structure task. So what do we want in here? We first need to figure out if we are working on it. Or is in progress. So are we working on the task, or is the task done? Those are the first two. Then we need to figure out what is part of a task. For that, I was thinking about that earlier, a few days ago, but I haven't written down everything that I wanted to add in here. But I think one thing would be the worker type, so that we know what kind of task we would perform. So let's call this worker type. So a carrier would do carrying tasks, and so on. So then we need a building. So this is a base building reference here. This is the work building. Where we're performing our work. And then I'm not sure if I want to have items that are connected to that task in here as well. So another thing, we might need to have a task ID or something like that. Let's do that. Set a task ID. I mean, we could also add something like task cost. If we have some kind of stamina system or something like that, so that a specific task costs something, and once the stamina is down, they take a break. before they do another task. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's all for the moment. If I want to keep it universal for all of them, basically. Even though that's not quite true. So we would need the item reference in all of them, I think, because all workers have some kind of item that they are doing something with. So let's add this as well. So we have our resource base, resource item base. That's what we want. That's the task item. So for a carrier, we would set this to be worker type carrier. The work building would be... Okay, the work building is a problem here because it's not... it's not a base building if you have a carrier for the construction sites. So we would need to go a step back. So could go with an actor, but then I'm not 100% sure. Because it could also be a ghost building, or no, not a ghost building, but a construction proxy. And the construction proxy is not the same as a base building. So that's something I need to keep in mind. And I don't want to add a reference to something that is not in here. So let's do an actor here, and then assign the right building here. Should be okay, I think, because they're all actors in the end, so that's fine. Task costs, something that's not that important. Task item would be the resource that we move to that point. We can task resource item to make it clearer what that is. Okay, let's see. Could we work with that? So we assign... Let's see. Let's create the component. Actor component. This is our task component. And here we have a list of tasks. An array of tasks. So those are our tasks. Let's make them editable so that we can check them. Okay, now we need to create functions around that. So we need to add task. We need to remove task. Get current task. Then we need something like start task, end task. At least we need the start task so that we can set it to in progress. I also need to figure out a way to know when the task is done. But I think if it's done, we can just remove it. No, let's add something here. So end task, and that would check the current task. And set the variables in it. So let's start with add task. We want to have that one. Task to add. And this is rather simple, so we are just getting that, and we are adding in the task. Done. Remove tasks. Similarly easy. We're removing the item here. But before we are removing it, we are checking if it's done. So you want to have a branch here. Sorry about that beeping in the background. So let's remove this. So here we are checking this one, we are breaking that, and we are checking if it is done. And then we're removing it. That's the only thing that we need from it. So just a bit closer here. This one is also quite easy. Yeah, doing a get reference to our first task, and then we are just returning that. Because the first one should always be our current task. One thing that I still need to do is yeah, no, this should be okay. So in here, we are calling this. We are getting our current task, and because this is a reference, we can just break this. No, not really. Okay, so to start the task, now I think we need to change this here a bit. So the task to add, yeah, no, we can do this from the outside. That should be okay. So on the outside, we are constructing the task and then we are adding it in here. But at the same time, we are not starting it directly. We are just adding it. And the next thing that we do is we start the task. And for that, we get, we are doing this. And we set the array element. Now we're getting our current task. That was correct here, so we need that. Get the current task. Then we are breaking that. And here we are making a task. We are setting this task in progress. We are copying over everything else. Then we are changing the value here for the first element so that it's in progress. One thing that I need to check here as well is if we have enough stamina for those. And since we are in the task component and this is the only thing that's using the stamina, let's add this in here. So let's change this to an integer. Stamina. Let's also expose that for the moment, or make it editable, and give it start value of 100. And here we also need to do something else. Before we are setting the array element, we are checking, hey, is our stamina bigger or equal the task costs? If that's the case, then we are starting the task. Otherwise, we need to take a break. So here I need to do something else. Let's do a printout for the moment so that we can change this. So need to take break. Okay, and then we are returning out of this. What I also need to do is we need to reduce the stamina. So let's also add a function for that. Reduce stamina. Want to reduce. Then we are setting our stamina here. Which our current stamina. Minus the amount to reduce. And return out here. What we also can do here is we can return something. So let's do this as out stamina. And if this is equal to 0, then we are returning that there. And then here in this thing we also need to add that. So we need to reduce the stamina by the amount that we want to have here for the task. So could add another cable back over here. Do it like that. Yeah, that should be okay, I think. So let's move this up slightly. And then we return out here. And then we do this in progress, which is true here. Even though I'm not sure if we really need the out of stamina here. We are reducing that because we are checking this here. Think of maybe doing this a bit differently, but let's also add something here, because we need this as well. Increase stamina, but without 4 in there. And this is just get stamina and increment that up. And on end task, we are getting our current task. We're basically doing the same as we did with start task, but we are changing different values. One thing that I need to check, no, the thing is, yeah, the end task is something that we need to call in the behavior tree. So once the task is done, we are calling this. So we need to make sure that that's working. So we are, like I said, we're basically doing the same here. So let's copy this. So task ID, all this stuff is the same. In this case, it's no longer in progress, but it is done. That's the change there, and then we are going out. Okay, that should be all we need for end task here. Kind of want to add something else in here. Do check stamina. Basically move the thing that we had in here. Basically move this whole thing out. But we still need the branch in here after that, so this is the stamina amount that we want to check. Then we do this down here. We have enough stamina here. We don't have enough stamina here. And then on start task, we are calling that. And we are just returning this in progress here. So let's move this stuff over. Let's move this down a bit so that we are not thinking the ID is the thing that we are using there. Let's move this down as well. Okay, that should be okay. But now I see another issue. So if we have a task that is costing us 60 stamina, we have 50 stamina, but the next task that we get costs us 30 stamina. Then we would be able to do the second task, but I'm only checking if the current task, for the current task I'm only checking if we have the have enough if it's this first one in the list. So that's kind of a problem. But it would also mean that we need to always check, hey, what's the current task, and then maybe move them around. If a task is cheaper, move it to the top. So yeah, I need to think about that. But at the moment, this is not even in use yet, so I'm not sure if we are running in into these issues at some point at all. I can also move this up here. Okay. Because if I think about that, then we would need to get the index here as well. Because at the moment we are hard coding this, which is something I don't really like. Another thing is also I'm not 100% sure when I'm calling those. Where I'm calling those basically. It's somewhere on the behavior tree, but I'm not sure yet how this will work out basically. I think that's fine for the moment. One thing that I'm not sure about is if I need the ID. I would only need the ID if I have some kind of centralized list where data table or something like that where I'm defining the tasks and then basically loading them by ID. If I'm not doing that, then the ID is not something we need at all. Let's leave it in for the moment. Maybe we need it later for something. Okay, let's add that component to our character here. So task component. Compile this. Check it out. And then let's see. What is this? So building carrier. This should be the carrier. Yeah. So if I go to the building carrier and then okay, yeah, I would need to change almost everything. So we would need to create the task to carry a specific item. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're finding the nearby resources, and then we are moving there and picking it up. We also check if everything is okay. Okay. Let's try something here. Let's just go in here, do this task. Oh wait, we need to move this stuff here. Bit out of the way. We're not using it at the moment. So this is number 10, 11. Okay, so it's doing this first, then it's running the behavior here. And if it's not doing that, then it's causing other issues. But at the moment, let's try it like this. We don't have the tasks in here yet, but I'll look at those in a moment. The task component stuff. Just assigning workers there so that we get more wood later. And this should give us... Oh wait, why did they... That was a bit strange that some of them didn't deliver. the resources there properly. Assign a worker. Okay, now they're moving back. So let's see. Okay, so here they were having small issues where they need to deliver the stuff, so that's fine. But they still are not getting stuck, and that's good. Okay, so we should assign the worker here. Now we just need to wait for the house here to be done, and then it's good. Okay. So let's see if that changed anything. If we assign a carrier here. No, it doesn't really look like it. Nah, no, it doesn't. Didn't change a thing. Assign another one. See if that works. Nope. Okay, so that part is broken because the other one is just standing around here, not doing anything at all. Similar to this one, even though they are both carriers at the tool check, they are not really getting the right order. So let's debug that and see what's happening there. I also want to change another thing, so as soon as they pick up the resource, it should be removed here. No, not yet. I mean, you can play another version of this game, so an older version, you can play that, so it is kind of released already, but not to the extent that it's really done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can already download it and test it if you want to. So just need to. I think it's below the stream. Let me double check. Sorry for the scrolling there. I'm on a different monitor. Should be a link below the stream. No, there isn't. Okay, I need to add that. Oh no, it is. It's on games. When you look at below the stream games, there is the Goblin Settlers link. Yeah, it's the last version that I uploaded. Or the latest version that I uploaded, let's call it that way. But a few things are different. For instance, the UI is a bit different. The game speed is here, and the employment and build queue or pyramid info, this is not here. But the same is the game is basically the same. Just a few informations, a few bits of information are out there that might be interesting. So also hide the building queue here. Hide that, the objectives. Okay, so now we should be able to get carrier here. And we should be able to select that carrier and see what they're doing. So this is a building carrier by the name of Alba. They don't need to deliver resources. That's the first thing. That's the issue here. So they are not getting their orders properly. Then we can also look in here. Okay, this is the behavior tree for them. building carrier. They're not carrying anything, and we are not needing any resources. Let's go in here. This is the base carrier, the base character, so we need to set this properly. Let's have a look at someone else. Let's have a look at this guy here. This guy is our toolmaker. With the nice name of Poog. And let's see what he is doing. So if we go in here, it's the toolmaker. Okay, so we are working. And the building is active. And he's calling for resources. But for some reason, this is not finishing properly. So let's go in here and see what the issue is. So we are going in here. We are getting the controller. And we are getting a carrier. Okay, the problem is the carrier we are getting here is not the right one. You can select the worker and then you're lost. You start the game. Let's restart this because I know where the issue is. Yeah, you start the game and then you can build buildings here. You can't control the units directly. Thing is, it's like an old Settlers game where you build the buildings first. Then you need to assign. For this, you need to click the main building and you need to assign a builder. And then you need to assign carriers. You can select them so that you can unassign them. So if you need to, for instance, you don't need the carrier here, but you need them for something else, then you can unassign them. They turn to slacker, they drop the resources that they have on them, and they move back to do basically nothing. It's there to move workers around. Yeah, the problem is if I have it here on the building, then I'm not sure which one I'm selecting, which one I'm unassigning basically. So this gives me more control over which I'm unassigning. So if I see someone is, it's better for me to work on the, yeah, it does matter, because if one of them is stuck and not doing anything, I can unassign them and use them for something else. Maybe they will do that work better than the one that they were not doing at the moment. That's why I had this on the characters itself. It is a bit strange, I know, but that's how I designed this stuff here. It is similar to the Settlers games, but it's also slightly different in that regard. And yes, I need to add some kind of exclamation for that at the beginning of the game, kind of tutorial thing. How you start the game basically, and after that it's basically the same and should not be an issue. Okay, so the issue is in here because we are in here. So the target actor key, so we are getting the current production building. Okay. So let's check on the here. The deliver target is our production building. You build a tree camp and they're chilling in the fields. You need to assign a builder, and the builder is calling for resources then. And then the carriers are carrying the resources to that location. Those are two different jobs that they are doing, and you need both of them for the building to be built. So you need to make sure that you have at least one builder and at least one carrier. Yeah. Those are main tasks that you assign there. I'm thinking of maybe adding that functionality in here so that you can assign builders and carriers on the employment overview directly. I think that's better than to click on the building and assign them here. I think it's better if I have some kind of UI here that I can use. Okay, I need a builder, put the builder here. I need carriers, assign them here. So that you don't need to click the building, because it's kind of a global thing that you can do here. But then the other thing is it's usually used for specific buildings. So you have the Chieftain Cave entrance here, or the town center. The main building is the one that is that lets me assign those. But at the same time, it's also a bit strange. So, but I'm doing all the other assignment on the buildings directly, so it makes sense in that regard. So it's not that different if I look at the other buildings. Because here, if I click on that building, I can assign a worker here. And now we have a tree shopper here. Around the planned construction. Yeah, that would be possible. But then we have the issue if we want to remove the construction that the grass is gone in that area. I can't make that, I can undo that basically. I can remove the grass there, yes, that's okay. Something I could do, but I could not undo that properly. At least I don't think so. That would be interesting to test if this is possible, because it's basically painting on a texture, and you could paint this over with black, something like that. Yeah, the thing is, they are working on it, and it gets completely removed once it's built, and then it's easier to see. Okay, that's the building. They're working with that, stuff like that. So. The thing is, if I remove it here for this kind of ghost building and the construction site already, then we would have that there. So if I go here, if I can click on it, and I'm canceling the construction, you see that the areas where they were standing are still free from this. And if I completely clear out the area there, it would stay like that. That's the thing. We could do that. Let's see. I do have. Wait, is it on buildings? No. Is it textures? Let's see. Where am I doing this? I think I'm doing this in here. No, I'm doing this on the base building. Buildings, base building. Here. I'm drawing at that location, and then I'm drawing the material to the render target, which is removing the grass for us. That is part of the base building. The construction proxy is not a base building, it's something different. So I would need to add this functionality here to the base building, basically. So we could do that, yes. We could also move that into a component so that I can use it in different areas without issue. Because we're doing something similar to that here as well. So if I'm looking into this, we also have the draw at location. And we are doing the same here. So if we move that into a component, we can use that on different areas more easily. And because I'm basically copying code, which is not a good thing. So yeah, let's move that into a component, even though that's not what I wanted to do today, but we can do that. Let's first, before we do this, check what's wrong with this here. Because the thing is, we are not properly assigning this. So our laborers list is empty. So the idle carrier is none. That's not good. So are we not properly adding them? I have too much stuff open here. Let's close the task stuff here. Close those. We don't need them at the moment. This is our base building. We don't need that. We don't need this. This is our tool maker. We need this for the moment. We need this. We don't need this for the moment. We don't need this. We don't need that one. Town center is not needed. Let's close all these. So carrier, that works. This is our function library. We don't need that now. Okay. Let's see. So on the HUD, if we are clicking the assign carrier, spawn carrier building. So here we are taking the selected unit, and from the selected unit we are getting the production building, and we are adding the laborer to it, which in here is, okay, we are checking, okay, do we have more laborer than we needed? Then we are getting some feedback, which is okay. And then we are assigning the laborer, which also works, but for some reason, so assign does not succeed. Why is it not succeeding? Strange. I know, the thing is, I'm doing different stuff. I have a lot of things that I need to fix, and I was just working on that issue. But I will add the comment. I'm adding that to my list, so it's useful. Yeah, the sounds are a bit strange. It's basically it's supposed to be the goblins being happy when they are selected for something, or if you get something done or something like that. But it's a bit strange sometimes. It's a bit loud as well. I haven't fixed the volume of that yet. The construction menu showing which tab is active. Maybe removing border. Yeah, that doesn't work like that, sadly, because the system here doesn't work like that. I could figure out a way to change the color of this. If you've selected this, then it's highlighting that, but I can't change more of the system here. So oh, and it is already 3 layers of this, so it's we have this widget switcher here, which is switching between these 3 things here. Those are 3 different layers, basically, but this is not. Yeah, okay, the issue is that this is not highlighted and you don't know which one of them is selected properly. I will look into that. Yeah, they do have a specific state. So if I click that, yeah, I could just set the others in a different state. So that's that's easier to do. That's good. Yeah, this is doable here, but let me get back to the issue at hand. So that was here. Get carrier. So laborers. The construction building. Oh wait, no, this is the base production building here. So here we have our laborers. This is empty. That's good. So I had an issue where I had workers assigned here that were not there, basically. But this starts out as empty. So if I'm adding a laborer, then they would be added to this. Okay. And assign worker is just doing normal stuff here. Yeah, this should give us the success here. So that should be successful. So it should be fine. I need to do this somewhere else. This here is just to check goals, basically, but I need to set the goals somewhere else. Basically, I already had. Yeah, I had the goal component here, which I'm not using, so I also need to work on that. I need to write that down because I hadn't had a note for that. Yeah, I need to do that. That's also true. I had that for the other project, but not for this one yet. I need to set this up. Thing with the eraser tool is, yeah, that could be something you can do, but I'm not 100% sure if that's either a good thing to do. On the other hand, if it's easy to do like that. I mean, basically, what we are doing is we are taking a specific position here. We are taking the map size, which is quite a big number. That's for the whole map. We have a specific effect size. We have the map size again. And then we are taking, in this case, we are taking delta seconds. So we are doing this over time. On the building, where is it? Did I close it? I closed it. On the base building, we are not doing that over time. We are just telling it, okay, this is 200. This is the effect size here, which is 512. We are creating a brush basically, and then we are putting that brush onto the texture. And if we look at the texture, it should be in here. Is it this one? No. Materials. Should be that one. Let's double check here. Where's that? This is materials, terrain material. Okay. And this is the texture for this basically. So you have different strands for different locations and stuff like that. So if you want to paint on this with the mouse cursor and stuff like that, then you can first do a lot of things that you might not want to do with that, or want the user to be able to do with that. Let's call it that way. And the other thing is that that you can words, damn it. That the thing is, if you want to have it at a specific strengths, or if you want to clear this out over time and stuff like that, I can look into that, but it's not really part of the game. There is a game that's doing something like that, and that's called Foundation on Steam, which is also kind of a Settlers-like game, where you can assign specific areas to housing, specific areas to cutting down trees and stuff like that. it's a similar system that they're using for that, I think. And it could be done, but I would need to have different maps for different things. And at the moment, what I'm doing with this is going into the terrain material and basically telling that, okay, this area is dirt. It could be kind of an issue if we are running a pass along here, because the pass would turn into dirt. But another thing is preventing that, because you can't build anything up here. Could build something up here maybe, but it would be a bit strange. But they would create a pass up there. It depends on the size of the terrain. You can have different terrain sizes and stuff like that, so you need to calculate how big your map is and stuff like that. So if I want to create something for the terrain, that's easy. I can just go into this, and then I have a brush here, and I can say, okay, dirt over here. Can do this. But that's not what I want to do there. I want to do something different. I want to do that at runtime. And this is not at runtime here. So that's the difference. Because I'm doing changes at runtime on the terrain. And for that I need to calculate how big is my terrain and all that stuff. So it's slightly more complicated. Okay, let's jump back into this. But I need to move that into a component, because that's better, because I'm using the same code in 3 different locations, and that's not really needed like that, or it's kind of redundant like this, so that's an issue. Where was I? Here. Yeah, the issue here is that this variable here is not set to resources. Need to deliver resources. This one is not set. And I think it might be some construction. What am I doing here? Then you would be quite happy in the game at some point, because goblins like fire as well, and I might want to add something like a flamethrower or something like that as a weapon at some point, but it's not in the game yet, because goblins like fire. And shiny things, and fire can be shiny, and yeah. The problem is, if I'm adding in a flamethrower, then it will be not just to burn down grass but also to burn down enemies. And I don't have enemies yet. And the other thing is that there's a high chance that the goblins are burning themselves with those flamethrowers. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Okay. What am I doing here? So I'm on the base character. Resources needed here. We are checking if the length of our resources. So basically, if we have needed resources in here at all. And I think that might be an issue because in here production building needed resources. Oh wait, no, this should give us the needed resources. So if I'm looking at the specific buildings here, so let's take the, what is it, tool check. We have our building costs, and we do have our needed resources here. So the building has that information, but for some reason it doesn't work with it properly. Or the bigger issue here is that this is returning false. So we are not doing construction, so we're going in here. We have our laborers, which should include, let's check if this is properly added in there. Because it could always be the thing that the laborers are not added properly, and that is causing the issue. So let's wait for this to be done, and then we can see if what's happening in here with the building and all that stuff. So I think the laborers should be exposed. Yeah, it's not optimized at all yet. So that's kind of making sense in that regard. I'm not checking any configurations and all that stuff, so makes sense that it's a bit thing. Yeah, that's true. So let's have a look. Object and what's happening here. Okay, so the building does have the needed resources, and here we have the issue. So we have our laborers, and there's one laborer here. The problem with that is that it's not assigned properly. So this guy here, our building carrier, has his work base reference set to the tool shack. That's correct, but the tool shack doesn't know him properly, or the connection is not properly there. It added something, but it didn't add the right thing here. So we need to go into the base production, add laborer here. And when we assign the worker, yeah, this one here is giving us this here. That's the issue. Get free worker. This is not giving us the right thing. So this is, for some reason, it is adding the, yeah, why is it not giving us the error message? Because if that's not valid, it should give us the error message here, which is not the case. That is strange. So what we are getting here, we are going through the whole list. And the first one that is set to none for the worker type, so not working, is our local worker. And then we are returning that. That works for most of them, but for some reason the production building here does not add that properly. Or it's adding this as none. Or null. So why is that the case? So we are calling this here at laborer. We have the selected building and we are adding the laborer to it. And then in here Everything is okay, so it's the first laborer we are adding. But it's not adding in the right reference. But this works on the character itself. So the character gets the right data. It's updated properly and it's working. So we are doing the update worker type here, which we don't need to go into at the moment, but we are doing this properly. Sign worker, you're doing the update worker type properly. So this is successful. And then we're going out here, do that stuff. So we are turning true here, but for some reason the output is empty. Okay, let's do a bit here. So if that is valid, if our free worker is valid, then I want to assign that to a variable, to a local variable. This is my local free worker. And then we are assigning the rest here. So yeah, we are updating that. And then we are remove all this stuff and use our variable here. Compile that. So that should be set to the right value if we get a free worker here. If it's not valid, we should get the error message. Let's see if that changes this at least a bit. Then let's also do this here to make sure that we are updating the right one. So let's remove this. So we get that worker here, and then we are updating the worker type for it. And then we are returning it here. So let's see if that's working. Problem is that we always need to get to that point, and I don't have save games or something like that where we just can check this. Yeah, it takes a moment for this to work properly because we need to wait for the resources being produced here, basically. So that should be over in a moment. Should switch over to stones, and we do have enough stones here. Yeah, okay, now it's switching over to stones. And this should be okay. Okay, now this is done. Assign the normal worker. And assign the carrier. What are you? Okay, now we get another issue that the carrier is not assigned at all. So let's go here. This time we get this guy selected properly. Is that the right guy? You are a building carrier, and this is your work building. Okay. And it needs to deliver resources. But for some reason, we are just standing around here and do nothing. So that's not good. And this guy is waiting for resources. So now we have the issue that this guy cannot find resources for some reason. Let's see what they are doing. I don't want to speculate. What is this? It's a tool maker. This is our building carrier. Okay, so here we are running into issues here. We are trying to find the right resource. This one. Okay, so we are going into this. We need resources. This is true. We are checking if the needed resources are okay. Issue here is that the needed costs here, those are false, which is wrong. The problem is that for some reason we are not setting them properly. So yeah, needed costs here are set to 0, or have no elements. We need to set those as well. So let's see. So we find nearby resources, we get the resource type. Yeah, okay, good. So on the production thing here, if we assign the laborer, that's one thing, but we also need to check here if we are calling for resources. We are getting the carrier, and we are calling the resources needed here. We are getting the needed resources, and we are setting that here. I think this might be an issue because it's setting the first index, but there's nothing in our array. So the needed costs array is empty, and we are setting the first element, but the first element is not there, so it's causing issues here. So we need to change this. So we need to check, hey, if that is empty, then we need to put something in there. So let's put this here. And get the links. Basically copy this one. So if the length there is empty, or is 0, then we want to add stuff. Otherwise we want to do this here. So this is the false case. We need the true case here. And for that, we do the same here, but slightly different. So let's do this. Add. And we're getting this here. Basically getting a random resource from that. Adding it to our needed costs array here, and then we are going in here. Not sure when I broke that part, but I hope this fixes it. Let's see. Another thing is, if I'm adding in tasks with the task component at some point, then all this will be changed to a completely different system. But at the moment, I'm not using that system at all, so just want to make it work again before I'm changing the underlying system. Okay, assign worker, assign a carrier. Okay, so we do have our worker. And we do have the carrier, but the carrier is just standing around, not doing anything. So let's see. What do we have here? Our workplace is the tool check. You're not carrying anything. We need to deliver resources. Then let's go in here. We need wood and we need stone. And we have the right character in here. So this is the one that we have. Yeah. So that part is working. This is assigned properly. Now we still have the issue, hey, my worker is not finding anything. Yeah, they are trying to find this. They are going in here, and the needed cost is still empty. Why is the needed costs empty? Let's check. Needed costs is empty. Okay, that is true. This is empty. So, why is that empty? Why is that empty and we still need to deliver resources? Because we are setting this at the end here. Let's see. How are you setting this somewhere else? Set construction reference and needed resources. Okay, so here we take the complete construction cost and set this as our needed costs. And then we are delivering resources. Otherwise, we don't need to deliver resources if the proxy reference, basically the construction site, is not there. We don't need to deliver resources. Here, reset that. We are clearing out this, and that's okay. When are we calling this? Find a reference to that. So I have a suspicion that we are not. So okay, so we are only calling that on construction complete. Okay, but only if the proxy reference is the same as the one that we have. The thing is, at the moment we have the issue that it is probably clearing this out. But no, then it would also reset this, so it should not be that. Yeah, no, it's not that, so that's not the issue there. It's another issue. Okay, let's do this differently. Let's not add this in here, but just set this completely from the needed resources here. So let's add that and needed resources. Set those here. So if this is empty, and I also would need to check this here. So if this is so if this is empty, so we go in here, and then we do this. After that, we do the rest. We don't really need to set the first element here. It's a bit strange. If this is false, then I don't want to do anything. So but then I also, yeah, don't want to do anything else. So we could do this a bit more elegant here. Let's do it and plug that in there. Let's do it not. So if the needed resources here are not empty and our list here is empty, fill it with what's needed in the resources here. If our needed resources are if we don't need to do anything if they are not empty. So if this list here is not empty, then we still need resources and we need to bring them there. So that should be okay. Let's try this. Because it kind of works the same on the construction side, so why use a different system there? Okay, send a worker, send a carrier. Let's see. We have the worker there, and we have the carrier. Carrier is still standing around. So, we have the tool check as our work base. That is correct. We don't have any needed costs here. That is empty. We have the needed resources here. We have the properly assigned laborer here. That guy is doing his work there, that's good. Okay, so the issue is that the needed costs are empty. So I need to check why they are empty. So here we are checking. Okay, this is not... Oh, wait. That is wrong. So if this is... Oh, this is also wrong here. So if this is... smaller or equal to 0, and this is bigger than 0. That's wrong there. Let's try this again. Sorry about that. Got my logic wrong a bit, or didn't read what I had in there. So I mean, we could also put the buildings a bit closer to each other just for testing purposes here. Okay, now we have too many carriers. We don't need the that many, so let's select another carrier here. Okay, now we have only 5. Good. Should be enough. Okay, there was some issue with resources being lost here. But that should be fixed. Okay, should be better now. Okay, let's try this again. We have that worker there. And we assign the carrier. Okay, so now we get... Oh, we do have one resource here. But now he's standing around. Why are you standing around? So, needed costs are set. The work base is set. And here we also have set this properly. So what is the issue now? Why are you standing around now? So, what are you doing? Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay. So now the issue is that we don't need to deliver resources anymore, which is not true. Ah, damn it. So we are setting need to deliver resources to false when we deliver the resources, which is not what we need to do. We need to do something else. So on this one here, deliver resource. Deliver resource. No, that's different. That's not need to deliver resource, that's deliver resource. But we do have a task for that somewhere. Let's see. Let's have a look here. Deliver item to, yeah, okay, here it is. We tell it to receive that, and then we are resetting this one. We don't need to do this here, or we don't want to do this specifically. Just plopping them down here a bit closer together. So building is a bit faster. Because we have shorter passes here. The only issue is that we have a longer pass for the resources to get in, but it should work as well. Yeah, same bottleneck here, but that's okay for the moment. I mean, I could unassign one of these and then assign another worker here so that we get those wood resources a bit faster. Should be okay. Yeah, okay, that's better. Because if they are just standing around, then I don't need to have all of these assigned at the same time, so it doesn't matter. So this works. Okay, assign the worker here, assign the carrier. Okay, now we have an issue that it's only delivering wood. I mean, they are delivering properly, that's good, but it's delivering only one of the resources that we need. So what we could do is yeah, no, that's not good because it's just bringing all the resources here that are needed, but only one type, and it's not switching the type because we are not telling it to. We are telling it to have the whole system. So let's put that back in here, but we need to do a few changes here. Because this should be called more than once. So this should be called over and over again. So if the needed resource so we need different cases here. So the case is this is empty, so initializing this. Then I want to add in the first resource. So one thing that's things we are not changing the needed costs at all. So if we're delivering items, we are not reducing the needed costs. So the issue is more like the thing that we are doing not the right thing here. So the production building is receiving that. That's good. But here we are. Before we do this, we need to remove that item from our needed costs. So that we are delivering the first item in our list, remove the first item of our list, and then remove the second item of our list, because it's now the first item, and then our list is empty. And then we get the new list, start from the beginning again. So here I need to get the resource type. And I also need to get that. Okay, so do I have something like remove? Oh wait, that's on the resource component. So look at the resource component in here. So resource component. Get resource component. And then let's remove item. So array set. No, that's not the right thing. And also, for some reason, my caps lock was on. So yeah, we need to have a look at the resource component. Where is it? It's here. No. Blueprints. Nope. Where do I have my resource component? resources here. Resource component. Give away resource, pick up resource. What is this doing? We are checking the resource type and the amount. Okay, we can call this monstrosity of a function here. So in here, what was it called? Giveaway resource. Let's move this stuff over a bit more. Okay, so the carried item type, we are setting in there. The amount is 1. And then we are giving that away. And we get the item type and amount back here, but we don't need that for this. So basically, if the resource is not in there, then it doesn't do anything. Otherwise, we can just do this now. Let's move this down a bit. It doesn't matter, it's overlapping there anyway. The other thing is, this should also be successful, even though it's a bit strange, because it's but it should do the next task and not hang on this task. So yeah, let's try this. So play, zoom out a bit. Sign those guys. So that up there. It's down here. This one in the middle. And now we should be fine. So assign 2 of those. And then let's remove one of the carriers as soon as this is yeah, okay, that's fine. We don't need to. Okay, let's unassign this guy here so that we do have enough workers. Don't need to build housing or stuff like that. Okay, let's see. What is happening now? Okay, we do have one wood here. And this guy is signed. Let's see. What do you have? You have needed costs set to wood and stone. You don't need to deliver resources. Okay, so something didn't work. Because here we told it, hey, remove that resource. But it didn't remove it here. So why did that happen? So here we are adding that resource in here. So that works. We see that we delivered the resource, but why did this one not work? So here we're getting the resource amount, local index. Okay, so the local index was smaller than get resource amount. Okay, so here it's set to -1. So if it's not found in the resource list, then it should be -1. Then if we're giving away a resource, it should give us this here because it's smaller than 0. Otherwise, we are checking, hey, so it's not smaller than 0, so we have something in our list. Then we are doing this. So if we are not moving all, which I did there, we are getting the amount. Yeah, we should get the index here, and then it should remove the resource. at that specific index, which would be 0. Let's just put a breakpoint here and see if we are getting to that. So we're not using this for this stuff here, which is okay. So let's unassign one of these. Hello. So what's the issue here? Okay, they're waiting on resources now. Good. And now they should need stone. Okay, so this building is done. Assign the worker. Worker is there. Assign the carrier. Okay, carrier. So this guy is here. He has his tool. We have these here. Let's check. Let's see what this guy is doing. We still have this, so it's not even going into that array there. So it's not stopping, even though it should have done this for the wood delivered. And now we don't need to deliver resources, and it's no longer doing anything. So let's stop this again, and let's change this here. Let's do this again. Sorry about that. Debugging is a bit of a process here. Okay, they should build this here in a moment. They need to get the resources. The passes to the resources here are a bit longer now, so it takes a moment for them to get there, so to wait for that. But the passes between the buildings are shorter, so it should help in the long run. Okay, now they should notice we don't need wood anymore and get stone. Okay, so sign a worker. Oh, yeah, we don't have any available workers here. So good, now we should have this guy here. And he's delivering wood. And he's only delivering wood like crazy. Damn it. Because it's never removed from the list properly. Or out of the array. I mean, it's nice that we have a lot of resources here, but it's also an issue that these resources are not needed like that. We need 2 resources to create something on a building, and it's only delivering 1 resource. Which is a problem. So let's see if we are unassigning another one here. And we are assigning a second carrier. What are we doing then? Okay, now we are delivering wood faster, which is kind of a problem, and now we no longer have wood. And now they're just standing around because they don't have the resources they are looking for and cause issues. Hello, Black Vision. Can you help me with the game? You can test it and give me feedback. If you scroll below this stream, there is a section about games, and there's a link to the game, and you can give me feedback on that. You can also go into the Discord and post your feedback there. When you test it, so that could help. Actual working help on the game at the moment is not something I need. I need to figure out a few things first. Maybe at a state where I'm saying, okay, all the mechanics are done. Now let's rework the graphics or something like that, or rework a few systems. Then I would also need to upload that somewhere, and so that everyone has access to the same source, which is not the case at the moment. So, okay, this is not what I want. Because I don't want to use all the resources in one production building. I want to use it in different buildings. So this one here is not what I want. No, I haven't done that yet. I haven't done any multi-user work in Unreal. The other thing is I have the project in Subversion source control, but only locally on my network, so it's not available online somewhere. So that's the other thing. I would need to upload that somewhere so that we had the same source that we can use. Why is this not working? Damn it. Okay, let's change this task here, or the other, where was it? On the, yeah, let's change this here, because here we have some issues. We are setting the whole needed resource list here as thing that we have there. It's not what we want. Or needed costs here. I only want to set a specific or random one of these into this. So we need to split this out here a bit more. The other thing is, I need to check the references to this and see if this is called here. So call for resources. That's the task that the main worker on the building is calling. And it's constantly calling that, which is good up to a point where the building should be paused, but that's also, yeah, then it's no longer calling that. So that part is good. But so they are calling, hey, we need resources. Then we go in here and we are checking, is our needed resource list empty? So that's the first thing. If the resource list is empty, then fill it with our needed resources here. So if that's not the case, even though that's also not 100% true, because I don't want to, yeah, no, this is not quite what I want there. I want to just add the first one. So then here I want the needed resources and just add. Just add an item in there. And here I want to add a random item. So we are adding that in there. Random item from our resource list that we have on the production building. Then we are setting the workbase and we say we need resources. And oh wait, I see what the issue is. Back here. Yeah, okay. I see what the issue is here. So here we have that we were checking the resource list, but the resource list is not something we are using here. So we need to set the, or get the needed costs. And we need to clear that. So we are clearing our costs. Then we are resetting the carried item. And then we tell them, hey, we no longer need to deliver items because we already done that. And let's compile this. Then we don't need to call this here at all. So check this out, but we don't need this at the moment because we never were calling this properly. So that's fine. Compile this one. Check it out. And let's try this again. I was calling the wrong list there basically, so. Okay, let's assign 2 of these. Let's also grab the. I also need to grab one of these here so that we can unassign them, so that we have enough workers for later. So unassign you because you're not doing anything at the moment. And now we should be fine. Let's assign a worker here. And then they should build this one. Waiting for resources to be gathered, so that takes a moment. Okay, now this is done. Assign the worker. Our toolmaker here. and assign a carrier. So our carrier is, what are they doing? They have delivered 1 wood and now they're delivering 1 stone. Okay, awesome. That's good. This here is also fine. We can remove the breakpoint here and resume. Because now they are producing resources and we are getting the stuff here. So it's randomly picking stone or wood, but it's not just delivering 1 resource. And if we have 1 of each, we are creating a tool. So if we look at our tools here, tools go up. If we zoom in, we can also see that we have some tools lying around here. And we are producing new ones. No, that one for some reason fell through the world, which is not good. But that's another issue that I need to look into. But in most cases, they're added properly and we can use them. So that part is fixed, that works now. Good. Awesome. Let's have a look. Where did I have this? That is fixed. Good. Let's go through the list. Let's do the things that I got as feedback earlier. That was mostly stuff in the hut here. So if we are in the, if we select stuff on this here, so if I'm just starting this like that. At the moment, we changed this, but the rest here still looks the same, so you don't know which one of them is selected properly. So that's something I need to change. So let's see how we can do that. I think we can set the style of the button. So we can set this to a pressed style or something like that. Or maybe change the color or something. So that we can see, okay, this one is highlighted or active or something like that. So let's see. Let's get the button here so that we are in the right thing. So at the moment we are just switching this, but I also want to, oh, I need to get to the door. I need to take a break. Be right back, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I'm waiting for a delivery of grocery stuff, but it was someone else in the house that had someone coming over. So let's jump back into this, even though it should be about time for them to deliver the stuff, but it wasn't them at the moment. Okay, so widget switcher building here. So let's see. Button gathering. Let's get this one. And let's see what we can do with this. Set. We can set the style and then make a button style here. That's not really what I want, because here I would need to change this. So let's see. Let's change color and opacity. Let's make a linear color here. Let's just make this red. Let's see what that's doing. Okay, so that changes the foreground color. That would be one thing that it could be useful to highlight. Okay, we are here, but then we need to make sure that this is set to something, to a different color if we select something else. So that's the color and opacity. And if we are doing set background color, then we should change the image, right? So that should change the tint. Yeah, okay. So that's setting the tint of the image itself. Let's see. We need a bit more space here because we need to do that for 3 different buttons. Well, they're not aligning properly. Okay. This was not aligned. Okay, so for the first button, let's set this to 1 for everything. Even though, let's do this differently. Let's create a color. Just make a variable here, linear color. Highlight color, and let's do a copy of that. Duplicate. And this is our disabled color. So let's compile this so that we can set the color. Let's set our disabled color to gray. tint here, and our highlight color to completely white. Let's do that. And then we also need to do something else here, because we need to set this one background color. Okay, so here I can't do that. So I need to do this when I'm starting this. But okay. So we want our highlight color for this one. For the production and housing, I want this to be different. So we need our buttons, button production, get that one, button housing, get that one. And then set this color there. Okay, let's do that. Check this. So if we click on this, then these are not like that. We can also change the foreground color a bit so that foreground color is also set to a gray. The only thing is that it's not changing if we click on this, so we need to do this for the other ones as well. So let's also do the foreground color for the other two. That was set color. And opacity. Let's do the same here. Okay, yeah, now they are in the background and we have a difference there. We know which one is selected. So let's do the same thing for the rest here. So we need to move this here a bit down. And copy that stuff over. No, that's not what I wanted. I just want to copy this over here. Okay, so now we just need to change the, so I'll move this up a bit. Okay, so for production, we want the highlight color to be here. And we don't need that there. But we want it disabled here. So let's move that over here. Okay, the only thing that's a bit strange is that we are doing the we can make this shorter, write a function to it and stuff like that, because it's hard-coded at the moment. And the other thing is it's not starting like that. So I need to click on this for this to work. So, but now we have this highlighting here in, and that works. Nice. Another thing, I also need to change the title for these here, because they are hiding and showing these. It's another thing I need to change. But first, let's change this here slightly so that we can just call a function for this. Let's see. Let's move these out here. And let's collapse that to a function. Highlight. Building buttons. And let's go in here and clean this up. So, because we don't need this here, as far as I know. And we only need this one. So we need this there, and then we should be able to do those. And then just remove the last three here. Let's call this here as our highlight and disabled. Oh wait, we don't even need that. We can just do it like this, and then we should be able to use that here. So yeah, okay, we need to refresh that node, and then we have the gathering highlighted here, the production and the housing disabled. Okay, so I can't do that. So I need two of them. So we should be able to duplicate this one. Come on. Yeah, I can assign this here, but I can't assign this to the function here. Which is a bit strange, but okay. Let's go back to the event graph. now we can delete all this stuff. Just copy this over here and just change the cables there. And to make this a bit better looking, we could just move them around. Okay. And now we can also do this, copy that one and go to the where's the initialization? Do I have this here, or is it a separate function? Tab switching. Okay, I don't have any initialization buttons here. So let's call on begin play event. Okay, so we are calling begin play somewhere. So where is it? Let's find it. Clicked. No, it's not there. So let's do an event construct here. And then call this. Okay, and now we are starting this and it's set to the first one here. Then it's changing. So that's nice. Let's also change the button names up here, because they are just to show stuff and not have anything else to do there. So let's see, this one. Let's rename this, show resources. Show building menu. Show objectives. Show deployment info. And show build queue, even though we need to change this in a second again. So this is what I want to have here if they are not visible, but at the moment it's different. So let's create a binding for that. But we don't have a proper name for this here, so let's create a binding and then create a proper name for this function. So just this one here, get text, show height. Let's see, can we call... Let's try something here. Show height menu. But let's give us an input as well, which would be a text. And then we need to check if the specific button is if this thing is visible or not, which do I do that with variables? Not really, damn it. Okay. We can just do a toggle here, so flip-flop. So let's do a format. Text here. For the first one, let's also duplicate that for the second case. So let's start with height. Compile this. Text now. Let's put this in here. Here. Show. Put that text in there. Wrong number of arguments, it needs to return one value, take no parameters. Okay, so that does not work. So I need to get, because we can't have a parameter on this one here. Okay, so we need to check, we need to have a variable if this is visible or not. So let's add a few variables here. It's bool. This is resources. Resources visible. So we are not doing the flip-flop here. We're not doing the text. Because we are not allowed to do that. So we need to, well, that's annoying. Oh wait, we can, no. Can we? Yeah, no, we can't have an input here, so can I have a variable in here? Can I have a local variable? Let's see. designer. So yeah, we don't have any options to change that, so that's kind of an issue. Okay, so we need to do this for every one of them. So we need to have basically the same function with different text here, which is annoying, but okay, that's how it works. Let's get this one. Have a branch. That. And then the text here would be that. Or like that. And then I don't even need to do this. I can just set that in here. Compile that. Test that. Okay, yeah. Makes sense because it doesn't know that this is visible or not. So start with everything visible. And let's now duplicate a few of these. So we have the goals visible. We have the build menu visible. You can also do this here slightly different without the branch, basically. So if I'm clicking on this, I can also just set this variable directly. Yeah, let's do that. Let's change this a bit. So I want this to be set to not this. And then here for the return, I want to do a select. So that is true. We want to hide. That's false. We want to show. Yeah, but just need to change the word here. So okay, let's get this. Save this and then go in here. Show and hide. Resource menu. Let's duplicate that and change this to building menu. And change out the variable here. And then change this here. Just build menu. I think that should be enough. We could also we could also have done this differently. It was just changing this according to the variable here or something like that, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's go to this one, to a text, and change that. Compile this, start that. Okay, now it tells us hide resource. Okay. Why is it not doing that? Okay, let's do it this. And if we click the button, then this is the building. Oh wait, I did not change this on this one, right? No, I did. Okay, let's remove that one. So I have that. So we need to change the variable on the outside. So this one is a non-local variable. That's good. Okay. And if we are clicking on that button, I want to change this. So we are setting the visibility here, and we are also changing the. So this is always showing that, we are getting the visibility here, and we are changing this according to that, so we need to make sure that we are setting this the way I did it before. So get not this. So we are basically toggling this to the other value here. Let's see if that's working. Hide, show. Okay, that works. One thing that I can add into this is a bit of padding on the sides here, so it looks a bit better. I also need to do this for these down here because they're a bit strange. So I really need to have some global button configuration here. So let's see. The text needs to have more padding. The moment it only has padding in one. No, it's 10. So it has padding all over the place, but it needs to have more padding left and right. So we need 15 there, 15 there. Okay, so that's something that we can easily copy and then paste. That's okay. That's making this a bit too big, I think. No, I think it's fine. It's making it bigger, but that's okay. No, it does. No, these need to have a different setting. So the top is fine. The bottom needs to be 5. Yeah, I think this is okay. So let's copy that, paste it here. Now we need to go back to the other ones. Paste that. Yeah, I think that's better. And then on the HUD, paste that. So button there is also a bit bigger. Yeah, that looks better. The resources for some of them here are a bit overlapping, but I think that's fine. I also need to change the fire symbol here to this one. And I'm not sure if I'm using the same stone here. No, I'm not. Okay, so I need to change those. So I'm using that one. And this is way too big. What was the size here? 32. Yeah, now we are using the same stone texture there. Could also use a different, put that into a different brush, but I think it's fine. Good, let's check these here. Yeah, this one needs to be changed. Okay, now I need to check what's up with my delivery, because should have been here by now. Oh, okay. Just got a message. It will be here in about an hour. Awesome. Good, let's change this. So we have a bit more time there. Let's do the stones first, then go through the fire later. So, housing. Good. So we need to select this one. Okay, now I get message that it's here in about 15 minutes. Okay, good. I should hear the doorbell, so it shouldn't be an issue. Good. Those are the same now. This looks better. Let's fix this for these up here. Let's see. So for the objectives, we have our goals visible. So do the same here. Set. Get. Not. Okay, we need to create something for the employment. It's not really a menu, but it's just an overview at the moment. And then the build priority. And do we have something else here? No, that's all we have. So let's do this for these here. Get set not okay, those are done. Now we just need to copy over the functions here. Duplicate that. Show height. Goal menu. Goals or objectives. I think objectives is better. Objectives. 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 Okay. Let's test those. Okay, so this one is not there because we haven't connected this yet. So we also need to make sure that we are calling this, or we are setting those values properly. No, we don't need, because we are setting them to true by default. So it should do the rest for us. So the next one is the employment. So let's do that. Duplicate this. Employment menu. And we need to go down here. Set the right variable. At the moment this is just an info, so let's call that that. Let's go in here. set the binding. Set the binding to that. And we also need to do this. So build priority. Duplicate. Let's call it priority info. Building construction. Construction. Priority info. Connect that. Compile and okay. I'll say height. Okay, this is not set up properly. This works. This is wrong for some reason. So let's have a look why. Let's check our variables here. This is set to true. And if we go to the build resources, build menu. So the build menu is, if it's visible, then we should hide it, otherwise we should show it. So it's correct here. Is it set up correct here? Yes. Why is that not working properly? It's set up the same way as the rest, so it should do the trick, right? Okay, the first time we click this, it doesn't do anything. Why? So what did I do wrong here? Yeah, that's the whole thing. That should be the one that we want here. Another thing is, why are all these images variables? Don't need them as variables. I need to go through all of them and change the variable tag there for them because we don't need them as variables. Because then they are cluttering up this here. So all these images here I'm never really using them for anything, so we can hide them. So why is this one different? Let's see. Am I doing something different here? Objectives. Okay, so this is a vertical box. This is a border. So the vertical box seems to be working differently, so let's move this down a bit. It's a different thing. Let's have a look. Okay, so the visibility for this is set differently. This is set to be visible. And the border is also set to be visible, right? Yeah, okay, that was the difference. Should still work the same way. And if I'm hiding it, it's hiding. If I'm showing this again, that's working. Okay, now that's working. Good. Good. Another thing, at some point I want to be able to move some of these windows around. Haven't done that yet, or only done a small test of it. Wasn't really liking the results, so I removed it again. So that's not good. But at some point I want to do that. So let's see. Highlight buttons in build menu. Done. Let's see. Yeah, the next big step would be the task list, but before that I think I want to move the terrain painting into a component. Just with different parameters for each of them. So let's create a new component. Let's go to blueprints. Blueprint class, actor component. Yeah, that is an actor component. That's so good. So this is our terrain painting component. And in here, you're basically doing this. Draw at location. The only difference is how we are calling it and stuff like that. So for the moment, let's just take this and put that in here and see if that's working. Okay, so that works. We can create those variables because we don't need them. We need the effect size here. And this one is something that we are getting from somewhere else. custom time dilation, because that is, where do we get that from? Let's see, find references. Where is that from? Oh, so that is something that we are setting somewhere else and then have this in here. So yeah, I need to look into that because this is slightly different than we needed for other stuff. So a few things that I can set. The map size will be the same for all of them. Actor location is something that we don't have here. So we need to get the parent and get the actor location from the parent. Or what we can do is we can add a location here. So we have draw location on that function when we are calling it. So then we need to get the map size, which is the same for all of them. It's this number here. Then the effect size is something that we need to be able to edit from the outside. Because in some cases we want this to be quite small, in other cases we want to have this quite big. This is a function that we should get from the outside, I think, if we need that. No, we don't need that in there, so let's do it like that. Let's add the component here. This is our terrain painting component. And then we are taking this and call draw at location. So the effect size that we had here was 128. This is something that we can set here. So no, 128. We also need to get the brush material instance. Do we not need that? Where am I setting that? Let's see. Find references. Okay, so we are setting this in the construction script. Let's copy that and go in here. Do we have a construction script here? I don't think so. Yeah, no, but we have a begin play. Okay, I need to take a break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry for the constant breaks there, but it's kind of a busy day today on the side. So I hope this will be a bit better now. So, let's copy that in here so that we are setting our brush material here. No, let's not do that. Let's call this, let's add an event, call this init. Because here we are calling this on the construction script. And then we should be able to call this here directly. Init. Good. Compile that. Should also be able to remove this here now. And then have the draw being called here. So let's see. Start draw at location or draw location we need to set. So we need to get the actor location. Put that in here. Okay. Let's see if that still works. Should be able to see this here. Okay, it still works. So now we can move that to the base building. Base building. Here we have this. Let's add the component. And then we need to see where we are calling this. I think it's in the construction script as well. Okay, let's remove that because it's basically doing the same. So get this, call init. Before we are deleting this stuff, I want to check the effect size and put that in here. The map size is the same. We check this, that's the same. We do have a different value here. So I want this to be able, here to be able to call this value directly. So let's go in here. And here we are setting it like that. So let's change that. Oh yeah, let's change this completely. Let's move this here. And let's call this, what is that? That is the force strands. So let's call this force strands here as well. Compile that. And then in here, let's see, what do we have in here? Nothing. This was the delta time. So get delta time. No, what did I have there? Okay, now let's go back here. Let's see what we had there. Get world delta seconds. We don't really need it like that, but I do want to cut this and then put this here so that we can use it somewhere else. Force strands. And then here I want this here, and we also want the custom time dilation. That we had in here before. No, wait, we had this at 0.25. And then we're multiplying that. I need to look into how I did that before, but it's not that important at the moment. But we have this here, so on here, this value here, the 200, is something that we need to call here. But we don't want this on the event tick. We are calling this when the construction is done. So we need to call this in a different location. Let's go to our construction manager. I have that open, which doesn't look like it's open. Okay, let's buildings, construction manager. Yeah, it wasn't open. So we are doing this here somewhere. So if the building is completed, we are doing this here, and then we are spawning the actor. We are finishing the construction. Are we doing this in here? Yes, we are doing this in here. So the draw at location here, I think this is fine. We can keep that, but then we need to change it here. So basically what we are doing here is we are taking we are calling this draw at location. If I can type this correctly. So we are taking this here, and this is 200. And then we can remove the rest. Call this here. Refresh the node. Save that, and then on the base building, refresh the node. This was 200. Compile that. Check this out. Here, this should all be fine. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's fine already. Then we can also remove these variables here because we don't need them anymore here. And we also can remove them from the base building because we also need them here. Don't need them here anymore. Okay. This is 512. This is 200. We could also have done this in here, but it's fine. So this can be a lot smaller, and I can move this about here a bit. Okay, now we have the next short break. I'm getting my pizza. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully that's the last big break that I'm doing here. So let's see. Compile this. Let's see, do we need to compile anything else? This here. Should I changed anything in there? Okay, let's test if this works. Because if this works, then we should be able to also create the functionality to paint on the terrain itself. Let's do this one there just to get something done. Okay, that worked. Nice. Okay. Good. Next thing. We could, let's hide this stuff here. Let's see. This is working. Yeah, the torch looks a bit small in there, but it's fine. So I had the other fire there. I need to find a better icon for the torch, or for fire of any kind, that is in the same style as these. Let's do that. Let's just go through the stuff and see if we can find a nice looking icon here. Oh, let's see. Equipment pack. No, it's not the right thing. This is cursor packs. This is... Okay, so those are just cursors and UI icons, which we don't need at the moment, but at some point. Icons. Yeah, no. Even though at the moment I'm using this one here and I'm rotating it and it's a bit strange. Maybe there's a better one in here we can use, but let's see. Even though I'm kind of tempted to go a bit crazy and paint my own, because I do have at least a hand for a goblin with 3 fingers and a thumb for my for these here. So this one. So maybe I can find a way to point at something and then use that. But I'm not quite sure yet if I want to do that at the moment. So, yeah, no, those are not the right ones, but let's see. I do have... Did I not copy them over? Resource gathering, sound effects, splash, robo bars. Oh wait, I think I copied them over here, but they are in textures? No. Materials. Okay, now I need to check where I get those materials from. Those icons. Where are they? Craft resource icons. Okay. Completely read over that. So yeah, here we do have a few of them, but don't think there's any fire in here that we can use, or a torch or something like that. No, it doesn't look like it. Nope. Okay, so I need to find something similar to that in a similar style. That's the biggest problem. That might not have the right style for this. Let me check something here real quick. Because I do have some icons here. Where did I put them? Let me move this over so I can search for them a bit. Not there. Is it projects? No. Oh yeah, here we have them. Strategy game icons. Yeah, here I have a few icons that we can use. Strategy game icons, we can maybe use some of those. Then I do have fantasy badges, which are not really useful here. But I have this badges mega pack here, which is basically all of them. Should also have the strategy icons here in there somewhere. Game tokens, nah. Some of them are quite nice, others are not so useful. No, okay, it doesn't look like there's anything in here that we can use. So I just need to find a nice looking icon. Where did I get these from? Craft resource icons. Filter to the assets. Yeah, here we have them. Let's see if there's anything from the same author that we can use. Even though the others, I just remembered, there was a Humble bundle at some point that had a lot of these packs, and that's where the other icons come from. But some of them are not really are not there or not here, or they are in here, but I need to buy them separately. So let's see, because that would be the same also as the other ones, and style would be the same, which is good. No torch here, unless I'm blind. No, doesn't look like it. Bags and boxes. Barbarian trophies. Forest. Witchcraft. Nope. The thing is that my own painting stuff is not that good in comparison, let's call it that way. I created my own emotes, but these icons here look a lot better than those emotes. No torch. So, game badges. Nope. Action RPG loot. Yeah, but also no burning torch. A lot of different interesting stuff, but nothing that we need. This is at least some fire stuff, but yeah, those are just magic effects and stuff like that, so also not quite right. Oh, it's also a mega pack that's $100. So the problem is I'm already owning a lot of these through the Humble Bundle pack, so I'm not buying those again, basically. So yeah, it doesn't look like it. No. Nope. That's the one we're using. As far as I can see, how is it? No, the wood looks different. But it also doesn't have torches. Nope. Yeah, no. Maybe I just need to contact them and see if they can create a torch icon for me. Because like I said, I don't want to make my own for just one icon, because then I would need to make all of them on my own, and I don't want to do that. Don't have the time for that. I already looked at those. I have a lantern here, but not a torch. Unless that is supposed to be a torch. Oh, wait, no, this could be a torch. Do I have mining icons? Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it. So let's put that on the wish list here. Okay, let's go back in here. So what else is on my list? Apart from the pizza that's in the way. Let's move this over here. Okay, let's have a look. Gold component. Yeah, let's have a look at the gold component, because at the moment I'm doing golds all over the place. Let's do that. I'm not jumping into the task component, because that would be a different monster to tackle. But the golds should be easier to do, because we can just add the golds here as a component. It's already there. We just need to give it something that we can do with it. So let's see. We have I already have this stuff here. Set goal. What does set goal do? Already created that stuff. That's nice. Check goal. Check if all goals are met. Yeah, that's not quite the best way to do that. But okay, we should be able to set the goals now, like this. Let's see, where are we doing this? So when we are assigning workers here, we are checking get assigned worker number. And we could do it directly in here. Or we could do it when we are calling it here. Where was it? Here? Assign worker. Or we could do it in here. So here we are checking, hey, is that beyond 20? Okay. One thing that I'm not doing in here is I'm not setting the... I don't have a list of all the goals that I want to have, basically. And that means we might need to do this in a different way. Because I need to check... I need to have the name of the goal, and I need to have the let's see. At the moment I'm doing this with just this, which is a string and a boolean. The string is the name, boolean is if it's set or not. I'm not so sure if that's the right way to do it. I kind of want to steal from my quest component from Magic Ale, because it's basically the same thing. Because you have specific quests that you're getting done. So I think I have something similar there. Let's go in here. I mean, okay, I'm already doing this like this. So I'm on the goal component, I'm setting this, and then I'm updating that. Not really the way I wanted it to do. So let's go here. This one. Does this have a binding? No, it's set to hidden here. So this is variable x brewing. Let's find references to that. Okay, so here we have all our goals. Okay. Yeah, I'm using the goal component to save the data and to check the data, but kind of want to move it more over to the goal component. But then I don't have access to the HUD reference and stuff like that, so and might not be able to do this. So, but okay, I'm calling this update goal, which is kind of misleading because here I'm just checking against the 10 torches goal and not against all of them. So I might need to do this in a different way. Let's see. Let's go back here. And where are we calling this? Okay, so if we are finishing in a construction, I have this in here. Yeah, okay, I need to do this completely different. I need to create some kind of system that I can call from anywhere. And that will register, hey, okay, this is what we wanted as a goal. Set this to true. And then give me feedback. But I think that might be something that I'm not starting today. No. Okay, so the terrain painting is in a component. The goal component doesn't really do something, it's just saving data and checking that data. So even though it's not quite wrong, to be honest, because I'm doing I have the controller that is controlling everything, and that controller is checking and setting data in that component. So I think it would be okay to leave it like that. One thing that I'm not doing here is check if we remove the building again and change the goal value for it. So I'm not updating those. So we could have golds done with basically let's build that. Build this. So worker there. Another thing that I want to check is the opacity of this material here, because at the moment it's just jumping to invisible, visible, or basically invisible up to a specific point and then fully visible, which is a bit strange. Need to change that. I haven't tried that before, to assign a lot of carriers. It seems to be working now. I had some issues with carriers getting stuck, and that seems to be gone by now. Okay, so now we have a lot of carriers running around here. And what is happening if I'm unassigning them? Okay, no, this is not updating. So that's the other thing. Do I want to update this in real time? Or do I want to just achieve it once? So, unassign worker, update worker type, assign worker. So here I have this at the end. I could add that in here as well, but I think I will then collapse this to a function itself. So let's do that. Check worker goal. I also need to change this here. Yeah, okay, then I need to change this because here I need to have a variable. And here I want to have a select. With this as wildcard. So if this is true, it's visible, otherwise it's collapsed. And this is, yeah, this is a bit too big. So we need to change the whole thing here. So let's move this somewhere else, here somewhere. Then we could play another sound, but I don't want to play a sound if it's that's not the case, because then it would be too many shouts and stuff like that in the background. So just do a branch here. So if that's true, set that. I mean, the easier part would be build this here build the tool check because it can just remove the tool check. Let's see. Can I make a function out of this? Yeah, I can. So I'm just taking this here and collapse this to a function. And I can use it for the rest here as well. So collapse the function. Toggle goal image. Let's change the names here. This is our image widget. Oh, just call it image. And this is, I'll call this done. Okay. Let's see if that works. We're just building the tool check here. Who are you? You're a slacker. What are you? You're all carriers? Oh, yeah, because I did not assign a builder, I just assigned carriers. That makes sense. Okay, something went wrong here. Okay, it doesn't say that we build a tool check. if I destroy this building, it's also not updating anything here. Oh, and it's also not giving me all the resources back, which it should do at the moment, so that's not good. Oh, I know why this not happened. Because this here was not done. We need a return here. This is not set goal. This is remove goal as far as I remember. No. Goal component, where are you? Oh, hey. It is set goal, but I forgot to set the value here. So we are setting the key and the value here, and that's better. So if we are in here, refresh. Why can't we set this directly here? Kind of like that. That's the issue. Set goal must have an input wired into it by reference. Okay, so this needs to have goal there. Yeah, I mean that's not an issue because we can just saw something here. We can remove the branch here. So we can go there. Check this here. Put that in there. Let's compile that. And okay, so here we need to do this. Okay, that doesn't work here. Even though we can just check that. We can create a. Can I create a little bool? I can. Okay. Okay. That works. I mean, if I'm doing this in the real game, then I'm screwing myself because it doesn't work like that because all my resources are gone. But apart from that, it's nice. It works. Just to check if the tool check goal is done. It works. Okay, so that didn't change. So I thought I changed that here. So if I'm... Oh no, I'm not Yeah, I'm not calling this when I'm destroying the building. Just call it when I'm building it. So on the construction, no, that's not there, but okay, I need to do this in a different way. So if I'm destroying that, what am I calling then? Destroy building. Okay. Is that on the base building? No. Oh, and we also don't need this anymore. Base production building reached at. But no, we need to get this. Wait, are we not? Damn it. Might have screwed myself. Is this? I thought I had this differently. So let's undo that. Because I thought I had this in a different way, so. Because we are just returning that. But we don't put anything in here. No, I'm doing them differently, don't I? Hut. How am I getting the names on the hut? I thought I get them by loading them out of a list. Building data by ID. Local building data. Base building list. I think this is something that I'm referencing there. No, it's not. Oh, damn it. Okay, so on the construction thing, I'm doing this. But I do have the building name here. Yeah, and here I'm assigning it on spawn. But I'm putting it on the ghost building. I am not calling it there, so let's see. So on spawn, here I have the building name there. Then I'm getting the construction data here again. But I'm not setting the building ID. So basically I'm using the building name here. So I'm setting it here and then getting it here just to save the same data. That's a bit strange. Yeah, on spawn. If I'm just pushing through the building data here. Let's see, find references. Getting it here, setting it there. So I'm just pushing through the building data. So I can basically just have the same thing here. And the on spawn here just gets the building data. Oh wait, no, we are how are we making different here? We are spawning an actor there, that's that. We have the ghost building reference. Then we have the display mesh, we have that. The building class is the only thing that's different, which is not quite correct. Because here we have the base building class reference, which we are casting to the base building class, and then return that. So can't we just plug this in here? Okay, so here we are getting the okay. That's the issue. Let's open these up. What's the issue here? Oh, we need the base production building to compile first. Then you need to go in here, compile this. And here we are setting brewing hut, which is not correct. So this is wrong. Oh, we don't have this in here. Yeah, no, I need to change that. The get building name is something from the base building, but we don't need it like that. Or at least we don't need it. Let's see. How can we set those by default? Let's have a look at our building data list, because this is here, building data table. This is the one that is giving us the nice building name here. And that's the one that I want. But there's something wrong. So here it doesn't want to compile because the parent class doesn't have that. But I don't want to use this in here anyway, so let's delete that. Compile. Okay, so that's fine. Compile this. Delete that. Compile. Should not need to overwrite that for all of them. Need to find a better way to do that. Okay, so what's happening now? We still have an issue in the tool check, and we still have an issue in the HUD. So the tool check. Okay, the tool check still has this. Delete that. And the HUD. Where are the issues on the HUD? Nowhere. Quite sure this will cause a lot of issues. No, it looks okay here. Okay, here we have the issue that the name is not displayed properly. But that's something we can fix. Okay, so here we are calling that. So what we need to do is when we are constructing the building, we need to call that function, which is on the base building. Base building here. And for that we need to the base building still has a construction proxy reference here, which is a bit strange. Also has a tag. Okay. Display mesh, that is okay. Yeah, the building costs, wait. No, they are no longer used here. Building costs. Oh. Thank you for the follow. That is Banam Soccer. I'm not sure. I'm butchering your name. Sorry about that. But thank you for the follow. Okay, so here I definitely need to change this. So the building costs here are something that we should get from the outside, I think. Should get a controller reference and then get the building costs for this specific building. So that we don't need to set that for each building individually. Because if I have a look at the well and at the class defaults, yeah, okay, so I have the building costs here. But I don't really need them here. I only have them here because I need to display them somewhere. But for that we do have the list. We have this for that. Let's see, can we see references to this? Reference viewer. Okay, so we have this on the controller. Yeah, and these are all connected there, but we are referencing this on the controller. So on the controller, we have should have a function or something here. I'm starting to get tired and not see stuff. Yeah, here we are loading the building data table. And then we are getting building data by ID. So what we need is we need to get the building ID on each building, basically. We don't need the complete building data. We only need the ID on each building so that we can load specific parts of the data. So for instance, on the base building, if we want to know the building costs, we should be able to get that by an ID here. We also should be able to get the display mesh and the construction proxy from that. Get building costs, yeah. Here we should be able to get the controller reference and then get the building data by ID. Get building, no. Should do this. And then from this, we should get the building costs. So that we don't need to save the building costs here directly. The ID is something that we need to save. So this needs to be promoted to a variable. But it's also something that we can set when we build the building directly. So that should be okay. So we are getting the building cost text here. And we should do this the same way. So get our controller reference. Get building data by ID. So building ID. Break that and then return the building name. Then we can delete this one. Let's have the find references to that. Yeah, we should also do this here. So connect that slightly. Put that in there. Remove the display mesh. Construction proxy, get the reference to that. Get the reference outside to that. No longer need here. Delete. That should all we need from this. Then on the construction manager, finish construction. We are spawning in our building class here. And this is a base building class. And then we also need to get the ID in here. So on the base building, the building ID needs to be editable and exposed at spawn. Okay, we have an issue here. So we are setting the class like this. So we are not. Let's see. Maybe I need to do that cast here. Cast to base building class, and then we have this, and then we have the ID here. The rest should be from that. Let's see, does it run? Okay. Okay. Yeah. We did have a small issue here. The town center doesn't work like that. So the building ID for this we need to set. Let's see, what is the building ID? Because we are not building it like this, so we need to set this in a different way. So our town center, town hall is this ID here. Let's see if that's changing things. No, it's not. Okay, what kind of issues do we have here? Yeah, okay, they are just dying because there's nothing set here. So we need to set the... We need to set this by hand in this case. Which we can't because it's part of the base building. Okay, we need to do one thing here. So let's open up the town center. Buildings, and where is it? Town center. So on the construction script, at the moment we don't have much in here, which is not good. We can set the building ID here directly. We should be, oh, okay, we can set the what did I call this? Can set this, compile that. This is still a base building, so the issue is that most likely on the base building we are not setting stuff correctly. Let's see. Okay, it's still not there. Class defaults. Okay. So on the construction script, we might need to get the controller reference here. Let's find references. Get. So where are we setting that? Here. Okay, so here we have the town center reference. And then we need to assign the controller reference here to self. Destroy building gets building costs. Wait, local building costs. Okay, so yeah, here we need to change a few things. So we need to get the ID. get our building ID. And then we need to get building data by ID with this ID. Rank that, get the building costs. So it's still not showing up here. Damn it. So the big problem here is that the town center should be something that we are calling from the outside, but it's not in this case because I placed it in here directly. So and this is, damn it. We can't do that on the construction script. Yeah, no, this shouldn't be an issue. So we should set the controller reference on the outside, but then I need to call the other stuff as well. So go back here. And not here, but on the not there. Where's it? References. Reference costs here. So the town center needs to have the controller reference. Also needs to get, need to set its mesh. Yeah, set static mesh. And then here we need to call get building by ID. Oh, I have. That's why I can't find that, because there's a typo in here. Building data by ID. Let's see if that's working. Nope. That's not working. So, damn it. So basically I would need to change the... Oh wait, no, I can do something completely crazy here. So the town center, so to do the reference cost, but that's not... let's do something else. Let's remove town center. Oh no, let's first go to the town center here and let's copy the location. And though we do have a rotation here as well at 50, okay. Let's copy the location. And then let's spawn this in there. I'm not sure if I can spawn it in here, that's the issue. So after the reference casts, I need to go in here, load building database. Oh, yes. We are loading the building database after the reference casts. But in the reference casts, I'm calling stuff. Yeah, dope. Yeah, this is empty at the moment. So everything that I'm doing here, I can't do at the moment, at that moment. So yay. Okay, go in here. Let's go here. Spawn that. Well, not spawn that, but call that there. And let's see if this works now, because now we have the data. Yes, now this works. And they're spawning properly. That was the issue. Good. Okay. Good. Okay, that works. Let's build tree shopper camp here. See if we get the proper name. Nope. We are not getting anything. We are not even getting the mesh. Ah, damn it. I mean, it works. That's the funny thing. It works. So we get that guy. They're running over here. Chopping down trees. Delivering them. So all that works. but the mesh is not showing, and the name is not showing properly. So, and that's because we are not setting the IDs properly. That's the thing. Now we need to go into the hut where we are building this stuff. So buildings. Wait, no, we are setting the IDs here. Building ID. This is correct. So on the controller reference, here. On wait, no. Controller reference, construct building. Controller reference. Where is that? Oh, event no, that's right. It should be in here. Oh, wait. It's here because it's from an interface. Okay, so we are getting the data here, but we are not setting this here. On the actor there. And then we are destroying that actor right after that. So that's, yeah, this thing here is not quite correct. Yeah, we need the on spawn. That needs to be changed because we need the ID here as well. Even though, no, we don't, because we just need one value here, just need the data here. We only need the construction data here. Not construction date, construction data. Okay. And that's the only thing that we need to set here, because we are getting it from this. So all this stuff here, we don't need. This is the only thing we need. Because all this is contained in there. So here we are killing the ghosts. So we are Close tick gate, active, display mesh. Okay, then down here, all this we don't need anymore. Close tick gate. Then we are setting the display mesh here. Wait, we remove the display mesh, so we are setting this to empty. Yeah, this is just the thing there. So if we're killing the ghost, this is no longer needed like that. Yeah, that's correct. Then here, get construction data. We can do this quite easily like this. And copy everything over that we need from that, which is all of this. The only thing that we are changing is the transform. So we should be able to delete this stuff, because we don't need that here. Or at least we have it as this. Then we have that. Let's check the construction manager. We are doing this here. Let's compile this. Construction. So here we are getting the construction data there. We are spawning an actor of construction proxy class. With the costs. But the construction data is in here, so That's okay. And if the construction is complete, we have finished the construction here by removing the proxy. We have the config here. We are spawning in that. And then we finish the construction here. There we are drawing, and then we are doing this stuff. Okay. Here we have a different thing. So, nice, awesome. Okay, so we are taking this data directly in here. We don't need any of that. We also don't need the building class because that's also part of the construction thing there, so we don't need this. So we are killing the ghost. And then on this, we are saying on spawn. Here we are setting our internal construction data with that stuff. We are setting the mesh. Okay, so this should work. Let's test it. Tree chopper. Looks okay. That looks okay. Good. Let's assign a builder. Assign some workers. And it's there. And we have the right name here. The mesh is there. We can assign workers, and that's working awesomely. Nice. Good. Okay, I think this is all for today. I'm over 7 hours, and that looks okay. We can hide all this stuff here. The only thing that's still visible is this on top, which will add that below this. Yeah, we could also hide this if you want to. Or we could put it up here so it's showing up our assigned workers in that kind of menu thing there. Another thing that I can do is I can also make the font a bit smaller in here to make the whole block a bit smaller. I think that's fine for the moment. Let's see if we go in here and change the font setting here. At the moment it is at 16. If I put this to 14, copy that, paste. Paste. I'm not a workaholic, no. Not at all. I just want to get this thing here running again because I had a few issues that stuff wasn't working properly. Oh, that's a bit small, I would say. Font here is bigger. But we do have a bit more space here for this. And then I can just have this thing show up in the corner here. Okay, so let's go crazy and try something. Here, that we shouldn't do at all. Worker management, start number. Let's set this to 100. And let's see what's happening here. Okay, they're continuing spawning. Kind of what I want to test is if we get all the names here properly. So we should get a lot of double names. But we should also get the name that I added into this recently. What? Oh, they're stuck in here. Yeah, okay, now we have enough mesh issues that they are getting stuck in there. And the game is not running that smoothly anymore, that's the other thing. But I don't see the name I'm looking for here. I kind of want to have a list of all the goblins in here showing up. So we have names for all the goblins. So let's write that down for something to add. Could be another thing for the employment thing. So we have the employment list that shows us so many are employed in that job, and then we have the other thing, the list of all the characters with their job. But like I said, that's something we can do next time because I'm stopping for today. It is quite late already, yeah. Okay, so let's see if we have someone we can raid. See, sorry. Let's see, we do have a few people playing Dungeons and Dragons. Dan is playing Cuphead. We do have someone doing science and technology. Two people here. Both don't have that many viewers. Let's check them out real fast and see what they're doing. Okay, what is this? Okay, they're testing the game here. Just kind of platformer with, I'm not sure, placeholder graphics or really simplified graphics. Also not looking, it's not looking that bad. Okay, let's see. Interesting concept. And then the other one. What are you doing? Okay, let's go back. Let's raid Outfrost. Okay, not many people here still, but that's fine. Okay, let's raid them.